Ladies and gentlemen, the 26th convocation of the Institute is about to begin. The academic procession is now entering the hall. You are requested to stand up and remain standing till the completion of invocation and the Institute anthem. You are again requested not to cheer or clap after the invocation or during the award of degrees or take photographs. All are requested to remain standing for the invocation, which will be followed by the Institute anthem. Now the Institute anthem will be sung. Please be seated. The Chairman, Board of Governors, is requested to formally declare opening of the 26th Convocation. The Director of the Institute, Professor Devendra Jalihal, will now present the annual report of the Institute for the academic year 2023-2024.
And good morning. Dr. Sridhar Vembu, founder, CEO of Zoho Corporation, chief guest of today's convocation program, and an inspirational figure to all of us, who's joining us on a video link. Professor Gautam Barua, guest of honor, former director of IIT Guwahati and the founding director of IIIT Guwahati. Chairman, Board of Governors, Dr. Rajiv Modi, members of the Board of Governors of IIT Guwahati, my fellow faculty members, staff, officers, former faculty members, employees, and media person. Most importantly, graduating students of the 2024 batch, their proud parents, and other family members, esteemed guests present here, as well as those who are attending online. Warm welcome to all of you to the 26th convocation ceremony of IIT Guwahati. On behalf of the entire IIT Guwahati community, I once again extend my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Sridhar Vembu, and Professor Gautam Barua, our guest of honor, for gracing the 26th convocation of the Institute. Today, 2,150 students from the 2024 batch, consisting of undergraduates, master's and PhD programs, will receive their graduation degrees. It's a moment of great pride and honor for you, the graduates, waiting to receive the degrees. All the hard work and efforts you have put in at IIT Guwahati, an institute that all of us cherish, has brought you to this rewarding day. We join you in this moment of joy. On behalf of the Board of Governors, faculty, and staff, and as Chairman of Senate, I formally offer you congratulations once again for reaching this important juncture in your life. I would like to mention that the Institute has been working with a view to ensure that our standards remain high be it in academics, research, and placement. Similarly, the efforts of the faculty, staff, and students have resulted in multiple technology transfers, a large number of patents being filed, a number of high quality research publications, and interactions with multiple agencies for research and consultancy work, social outreach programs that include school education, teacher upskilling, skilling of government employees and others, and industry professionals, and implementing major projects that have benefited the entire nation. I will now present before you briefly the Institute report for the year 23-24. Standing of the Institute among peers, NIRF and Nature Index rankings. The Institute has performed well in national and international rankings. The NIRF 2023, that is last year, data indicates that the Institute is ranked in the following categories. In engineering, we are placed number 7. Overall, in the country, we are placed number 9. In research, we occupy the 9th position. The data for the year 2024 is yet to be released, is expected any day. The Institute has done very well in the Nature Index rankings. The Institute is ranked at number 4 in the field of chemistry. It is ranked number 5 in physical sciences. Its rank is 5th in academic index and ranked number 7 in overall category among Indian universities. The Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, which measures the level of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are ranked for the first time in all the 17 SDG categories, especially our progress in SDG 7 and SDG 9 is significant. Information about the QS rankings. I'm very happy to inform you that the QS World Rankings, IIT Guwahati has moved 20 ranks higher and we are today ranked 344 globally. Most notable is our rank in the research citation category, the only category that is quantifiable among the various parameters, where the Institute is 3rd in the nation and 42nd in the world, highlighting the strength of the Institute in research and development. The total publications per faculty is above 5 per faculty, which also includes publication in high impact nature journal. I would like to urge all our colleagues to keep the momentum going by working on cutting edge projects to generate high quality publications and improve on these numbers further. In the QS subject-wise world ranking, the Institute is now ranked in 18 different categories, 4 more than last year, as shown at the bottom of the 4 rows in the table. IIT Guwahati now features in the top 100 in 2 subjects, top 200 in 3 subjects, and in 9 subjects we are among the top 300 in the world. We are extremely glad to see improvements in all the subject and category performances, which are strong indicators of our overall growth. I congratulate everyone, students, scholars, technical scientific staff, and the officers and the staff, faculty members, for this recognition both nationally and globally. We have a diverse profile in our institute. Presently, the institute has 11 departments, 9 academic centers, 5 academic schools, and the upcoming Assam Advanced Healthcare Innovation Institute, AHI for short, hospital adds to our diversity. The total student strength of IIT Guwahati stands today at 8,405, of which undergraduate students constitute 47%. Postgraduate and doctoral students constitute the majority, 53%, highlighting the fact that we are a research university with a strong undergraduate component. Add to that 454 faculty members, nearly 100 visiting and honorary professors, 561 staff members, and more than 350 project staff, making us a very large campus community. I will now highlight the academic activities of the institute. In the bachelor's program, the institute offers 12 different BTech programs and one Bachelor of Design BDes program. A new undergraduate program in health science is being discussed for possible 2025 launch. There are various master's programs listed on this slide, which include MTech, Master of Design, MSc, MBA, MS by Research, and MS and PhD dual degrees in addition to the regular PhD programs across all the various departments. Some of the special notable programs are also listed on this slide. Most notable among this is the online BS program in Data Sciences and Artificial Intelligence, initiated last academic year, which has more than 700 students, and the admissions for the second year are presently going on. This program has the potential to expand the activities of IIT Guwahati well beyond the campus, with students from almost all states of our country and nearly 10% of the students from abroad. It can reach the hitherto unreached since it does not require any entrance exam. The total number of students on campus is 8,405, as I stated before. In 23-24 academic session, it commenced in July 2023. A total number of 2,311 students were admitted in various programs across all departments, academic centers, and schools during the reporting year. In the 26th convocation, a total of 2,150 students will be conferred degrees in various disciplines. 150 PhD scholars were awarded their degrees in the interim period. I'm happy to report that more than 1,550 students have joined us physically to receive their degrees today. This batch of graduating students is very special. Bulk of the graduating BTech students, BDes students were admitted in the year 2020 as the nation was under lockdown. They could not visit the campus until they were well into their second year. I hope that they had a good stay on the campus and carry with them cherished memories that will last their lifetime. Further, the very first batch of MBA students, the very first batch of MA Liberal Arts, the first batch of Master of Design in Electronic Product Design, first batch of MTech Biomedical Science and Engineering, first batch of MS Research in Polymer Science are also graduating in this convocation. At present, IIT Guwahati is having over 58 research and academic collaborations with foreign universities. I would like to specifically highlight that we have a partnership with 18 universities from Japan and successful joint program with Gifu University. For your information, the major ongoing programs with various countries and universities are listed in this slide, and we welcome students to participate in these programs. IIT Guwahati is proud of its over 22,000 alumni, and this number is growing by a couple of thousands every year. To appreciate their professional growth and contributions to the society, the Institute honors a few high-performing alumni every year. The list of alumni who have been recognized this year for their contribution is shown in this slide. On behalf of the IIT Guwahati fraternity, I take this opportunity to congratulate them, and we hope that they continue their upward journey in their endeavors. The year 2024 is also very special to IIT Guwahati. It was 25 years ago, in 1999, the first batch of BTechs graduated from IIT Guwahati. We will be organizing the very first Silver Jubilee reunion next month. The pioneering 1999 batch got to spend just a few months on this campus. And then none of the things you see around here existed. It was a very different campus that they visited. Of course, when they come this year, it will be a very, very different campus. Research and development has been the core strength of IIT Guwahati. In the reporting year, the Institute R&D funding to the tune of rupees 500 crores, which includes ongoing research projects, new research projects during the reporting year, as well as ongoing consultancy projects. In addition to its efforts of R&D, IIT Guwahati has also been promoting translational research, entrepreneurial activities, developing an ecosystem that protects intellectual property rights. In the reporting year, 89 patents were granted, while 56 new patent applications have been filed. The Institute has facilitated 4 technology transfers. Through various entrepreneurial activities and support, this institute has been handholding new startups, incubatees, and accelerators. In the physical infrastructure front, the institute has seen rapid progress in developing new residential apartments, academic classrooms, expansion, as well as new building construction work. As seen in this slide, the new projects will augment the existing infrastructure facilities of all campus activities. The Assam Advanced Healthcare Innovation Institute, AHI, hospital project was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister in April 2023 and is being implemented with the Government of Assam's assistance. The project is progressing very well. The architectural design has been finalized. Detailed technical plans are being readied, and the construction work is likely to be initiated immediately after the monsoon season. In addition to academics, our students and faculty members have done very well in several spheres. The list is very long, and the names of awardees, winners are displayed on these slides. The Student Welfare Board at IIT Guwahati is dedicated to fostering total development of the students. It extends education beyond textbooks to include lived life itself. It has been designed to conduct a range of programs and activities aimed at nurturing and developing the student holistically. Some of the activities that have benefited the student community are displayed here. We'll continue to provide our students with maximum support during their stay at IIT Guwahati. Placements. IIT Guwahati has performed better than expected in this placement season, given the difficult placement year that all the institutes in the country are faced with. The number of placement offers made at IIT Guwahati has crossed 1,000 for the second successful year. I'm happy to inform you that more than 40% of these are in the core companies. Several major multinational companies have also been part of the placement drive. I'm glad to report that internship offers are received by our students are 26% higher than last year. I extend my congratulations to all the students for this achievement. The institute presently has signed several MOUs in the reporting year for academic and research collaborations with national and international institutions and organizations such as Tata Medical and Diagnostic Company, AIIMS Guwahati, AIIDC of Assam government, MDS Indoscan, just to name a few. It works closely with governments at various levels as seen in the MOUs with the government bodies and implements several important projects. I would like to specifically highlight a significant multi-institutional transformational project named the Digital Nerve Center that IIT Guwahati is presently hosting in partnership with the National Health Mission Assam, Tata Medical and Diagnostics, and Gates Foundation. This transformational pilot project is a good example of the involvement of major academic institute for the first time partnering with local and national governments, industry, and international agencies that makes a huge impact on the overall healthcare delivery system in the Northeast. As the only IIT in the Northeast region, IIT Guwahati is extensively involved in implementing multiple projects as part of giving back to our state and this region. Many ongoing projects presently with Assam and Meghalaya states spanning multiple domains for imparting school education, healthcare delivery, wildlife conservation to technologies in oil and natural gas explorations are going on. The institute is involved in major skilling initiative as part of the mandate to empower the local youths as well as special forces in the frontier areas with drone technology, solar module installations, electric vehicles and energy storage systems, and high-end healthcare professionals. Under these initiatives, the institute has trained 2,000 youths in solar, EV, and electrical technicians on training operations, installations, and maintenance of these technologies. IIT Guwahati has the largest remote pilot training organization in the country, and the institute imparted specific drone technology skilling, pilot training, and entrepreneurship for armed personnel, and this will be extended to more batches very soon. Considering the high demand for health personnel from the region, the institute is continuously providing skill development in healthcare technologies. IIT Guwahati is involved in several projects in the region. One of the major aspects that institute is extensively involved is the education sector, where intense involvement with Assam and Meghalaya government has been taking place on multiple projects such as residential teachers training program, where more than 8,000 teachers have been trained. More than 1 lakh students have been involved in science and maths training. And they have set up tinkering labs, AI and robotics labs, and Olympiads. These transformational initiatives in multiple verticals in the education segment is expected to immensely benefit the larger academic community of the region. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, through the Ministry of Education, Government of India, launched the flagship Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat program. IIT Guwahati was the leading institute in the nation hosting this program in all the phases, and contributed immensely for the success of this national initiative. This is the final reporting item for the present year. The details of the expenditure during the year 23-24 to the tune of 680 crore rupees, the breakup of which is displayed on the slide. On the occasion of the 26th convocation, on behalf of the institute, I offer my hearty congratulations and best wishes to each one of you on successful completion of your academic journey. While many of you will prefer to work in the industry, some of you will go for higher studies, some will be entrepreneurs, some will choose administration and management, while others will become faculty members and researchers in universities and institutes across the globe. I'm confident that whatever profession you choose, each one of you will excel with the knowledge that you have earned here, hard work, and dedication to serve the society and the nation at large. We are very proud of you, graduates of IIT Guwahati. Wishes you the very best in your endeavors. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Please do not clap or cheer. The acting chairman, Board of Governors, Dr. Prahlada Ramarao, is now requested to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Dr. Sridhar, Vembu, founder and CEO of Zoho Corporation, chief guest of today's ceremony. He is online. Professor Gautam Berwa, whom all of you know very well, guest of honor for today's function, and also he was a former director here at IIT Guwahati and founding director of IIIT Guwahati. Chairman of BOG, Dr. Rajiv Modi ji, and members of the Board of Governors present here, and Director Professor Devendra Jalihal, my good friend, and all the deans, associate deans, heads of departments, centers, heads of centers, schools, sections of IIT Guwahati, faculty members, officers, staff members, media people, graduating students of 2024, their family members present here and also at their respective homes, and all other esteemed guests present here, as well as those who are attending online. On behalf of Chairman BOG and on my own personal behalf, I extend my warm welcome to all of you at the 26th convocation ceremony of IIT Guwahati. I have been associated with IIT Guwahati for a very long time as a board member, and I had the opportunity to see the growth and progress of this institute, working very closely with Professor Sitaram, Professor Parameshwar Iyer, Professor Rajiv Ahuja, and now with Professor Devendra Jalihal. It is one of national institute that I have seen as diversified successfully into various emerging areas and including energy, data, healthcare, drone technology, sustainable polymers, hospital, management, liberal arts, design, you go on naming, and very broad opportunities for academic and extracurricular growth, allowing all of you to shape yourself into a bright future. I am also extremely happy that today 2,150 students are graduating from here IIT Guwahati in UG, PG and PhD courses. I am sure that this time spent at Guwahati would be the most enriching experience in your lives. This campus is one of the best campuses I have seen and known, and it provides you with all the best opportunities that any top institute in the world can offer. I'm so glad that this undergraduate course batch of 2024, which had initial struggles due to pandemic, is finally graduating today. So special congratulations to them. It's definitely a very proud moment for all of us, celebrating this journey of you all, and I'm immensely delighted to wish you all bright and successful future. As alumni of this great institution, I'm sure that you will keep this relationship with IIT Guwahati and contribute to social, economic development of this region. When I mention this region, I see that this region is an amalgamation of multiple cultures. Region is rich in agriculture, nature, biodiversity, natural resources covering water, minerals, and also this region has unique challenges and unique opportunities, what I have seen it. And you are here to see this opportunity, and my advice to all you young graduates that you will be seeing a more volatile world, a more challenging world, a more uncertain world when you go out of this campus. But it will also be more rewarding world. So I am sure that your yagna here has given necessary tools and capabilities so that you will perform the best for yourself, for the country, your family members. All the best. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The guest of honor for the 26th convocation is Professor Gautam Barua. Professor Gautam Barua is a professor emeritus at IIIT Guwahati. He graduated from IIT Bombay with BTech and MTech degrees in electrical engineering in 1976 and 1978 respectively. He obtained a PhD degree in computer engineering from the University of California, Santa Barbara, USA in 1981. He started his career at IIT Kanpur and he moved to IIT Guwahati in 1995. He was the director of IIT Guwahati from 2003 until 2013. He then shifted to IIIT Guwahati in 2013 and has been a mentor director and founding director there until April 2024. He has also been director in charge of NIT Silchar and mentor director of IIT Patna. He has been in the boards and executive councils of a number of educational and research institutes in the Northeast region. His area of interest are operating systems and networks. He is an IT consultant to a number of public enterprises. Professor Gautam Barua is now requested to deliver his speech.
Chief guest of today's function, Dr. Sridhar Vembu, Dr. Ramarao, Professor Devendra Jalihal, members of the board, Senate, members of the Senate, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. I am very glad to have been given a chance to address this convocation of IIT Guwahati. Of course, earlier I have addressed the convocation many times, so fate has decided that I should get one more chance. And so that's how it is. And I'm indeed very glad. In fact, I see the institute has become huge. It has matured, and it reminds me of, in the beginnings when we were designing this auditorium, there was some discussion as to whether a 1,500-seater auditorium is too large. Maybe we should save money and spend it elsewhere. But now, today, there's no space for anybody other than the students, graduating students. So clearly, it is not large. It is not large enough. In fact, such institutes, auditoriums will never be large enough. And if all of you had come, there would have been no space. So it just shows the growth of the institute. And of course, with this growth, which has been fairly rapid actually in the last 10 years, there are challenges. And I'm glad to see from across the river how the institute is functioning and managing, and the successes that it has got as it moves forward. Challenges are many because sustaining the pace of growth as well as the excellence is not easy. As an institute grows older, there is a tendency to relax. And that in today's world, especially an IIT, cannot afford to do. Therefore, I know faculty know this, but it's my duty to tell them that please be on your toes. And there are a lot of faculty coming in, more will come in. The senior ones will have to mentor them and make sure that the environment that is created, the culture that has been created, lives on. Because at the end of the day, it is the culture and the environment of an institute that really defines it, rather than just individuals that are there. It is the overall environment, I think, is the most important. And maintaining that through, passing on information and attitudes to the younger students, faculty as they come in, is an important task for all of us who are here. The institute, as I said, is doing well, and I am confident that it will continue to do well with Professor Devendra Jalihal, who has recently joined as director, and I think his leadership is going to see positive changes and good things ahead in the years to come. Now, I just want to say a few words to the students. We are graduating. So many PhD students are graduating. My advice to you is that if you are going to do a PDF postdoc, don't do more than 3 years. Because if you want a job, teaching job, R&D job in India, if you spend too much time in a PDF, your chances of getting a job goes down after 3 years. Secondly, as you have been working in your PhD thesis, your focus has been in a very narrow area. And it will continue if you do a postdoc to continue to be focused. However, if you want to join a teaching institute like this one, breadth is required. And so please, for your own, success, you must keep your technical knowledge, breadth of your technical knowledge, keep it going. Don't get focused only on your research. Because when an interview comes, they will ask you basic questions about Maxwell's equations or linked lists or whatever, and you have forgotten all those things because you are focused only on the AI-related research that you are doing right now. Anyway, so please do remember this small advice that I'd like to give you. Most of the other students are going to join a job, some industry. My advice there is that please try to ensure that whatever you are doing, if not immediately, at least as you go forward, your so-called domain knowledge is used. Your job requires your domain knowledge. So for example, if you are a chemical engineer and you have got a job most probably in some IT company, some multinational, try to get a project, say in process control, or something which your chemical engineering knowledge will be useful. Because if you just become a programmer, say you are writing code for some financial application, then you don't know anything about finance. After, when you continue there, you may be getting a good salary, but uh, you may be replaced by chat GPT soon, okay? Because as you know, coding is also getting automated. And if you're only a coder, you may not have a job. So please keep that in mind. Keep your domain area so even if you have joined, as I said, a IT company, maybe you'll get a core company, in chemical, my example is. See if you can join that later on. Money is not everything. Your career, your satisfaction in your job, you will learn as you go forward, is going to be more important because money is not an issue. You will have enough to live comfortably. Coming back to that coder doing finance applications, you can also do another thing that if you have started getting interested in, financial services, why don't you pick up the subject? You can take online courses and become an expert in insurance or finance or banking and get your career going. You may forget chemical engineering, but then you have to have some domain knowledge. So if you get your financial services knowledge, then also you have a very good career in front of you. And the world is open for you. Many of you are going to start your own companies. I'm sure you are going to create jobs rather than joining jobs. And I'm sure all of you will do very well. But I don't want to take too long. The homilies, whatever you do, the usual things I have to say too. Please be sincere in your work. Be honest. The honesty comes to be, it's not to be honest what others will think. You have to be honest with yourself. Because at the end of the day, the biggest problem is yourself. If you have done something not so good, who is going to get into trouble? You. Your mind will get into trouble. So honesty, as they say, is the best policy. And please remember that. And of course, working hard to the best of your abilities. And talking about money, today's culture with so much of consumerism, we also get attracted by marketing for, expensive stuff. So don't go for a Versace bag. Get a Kolhapuri bag. Okay? Maybe it is as good. And then you will save lots of money. And that can be fruitfully used in other activities. So this is my last suggestion, that live simply, live to what you need, and then satisfaction will be much more. Don't run after goods and see what others will say. With these few words, I want to congratulate all the graduating students, and I wish them all success in the years to come. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The chief guest of the 26th convocation is Dr. Sridhar Vembu. Dr. Sridhar Vembu graduated with a BTech degree in electrical engineering from IIT Madras in 1989 before completing a PhD from Princeton University in 1994. Following his doctoral degree, he served as a systems design engineer in Qualcomm until 1996, focusing on CDMA for satellite communications and working with leaders in the area of wireless communication. In 1996, Dr. Vembu, along with his friends and his brothers, co-founded AdventNet as one of the earliest software product companies from India. Over the past 2 decades, the company grew and changed its name to Zoho Corporation. It is the leading software product company from India and an emerging leader in the cloud with over 15,000 employees. Dr. Vembu is also committed to the cause of employability and growth, evident in the launch of the in-house initiative Zoho University. At the university, students from underprivileged backgrounds are trained in programming and provided the opportunity of being observed by the company. Today, several students have graduated from the program and are employed by the company. Employees who chose to leave Zoho after training have gone on to launch successful startups of their own. Firmly believing in the need to look beyond formal credentials, Dr. Vembu has created in Zoho a space to nurture talent and hard work independent of credentials. Zoho's background of being entirely bootstrapped, coupled with Dr. Wembu's determination to avoid venture capitalists and IPOs as source of funding, has resulted in the organization's unwavering commitment to ideation, innovation, and internal growth. For his services, the Government of India awarded the Padma Shri to Dr. Sridhar Vembu. He was also appointed to the National Security Advisory Board of India. Now, the chief guest, Dr. Sridhar Vembu, is requested to kindly deliver the convocation address.
Thank you. Yeah, and I apologize for not being in person, and it my hands are actually very severely eczema. Like last couple of weeks, I developed a more severe form of it, and I had some of it before, but last 2 weeks it got worse. So yesterday I had to see a doctor, and I had to cancel my ticket. Actually, I was going to be in Guwahati last night, but I could not make it. I really apologize. And I wanted to, first of all, thank you for having me in this important event. I was a student in IIT Madras in 1989. I graduated much like you, the assembled graduates here. So I want to say a few words about the experience in all these years, about 35 years now, since I was in your position there, collecting a degree in BTech, electrical engineering at that time. And we used to call it electrical engineering electronics, right? And then we had electrical engineering, electrical power. So we had multiple degrees in it. The uh, one thing I remember from IIT, in fact, Professor Barua referred to it, and I don't frankly remember a lot of the engineering classes myself. And I am confident that in 25 years you won't remember very much of the classes either. But I do remember one thing, and this is something that I've frequently talked about. And there was a Japanese professor who came to IIT somewhere around 86, 87. I don't remember exactly when. And he was a kind of a guest professor. I mean, he was there as probably one semester. And there was one or two classes that he took for us. And among other things, I think he was also working with other professors on research and all of that. And and I don't remember the subject he taught, but I remember the one of the episodes there. And he brought a mechanical pencil. You know, in those days, I'm talking about 86, 87, we did not have CAD tools. He still would draw the engineering drawing, all of that. Now, of course, you have all the CAD tools, all that, right? And he took up this mechanical pencil and he asked us, read what is there, what is written there. And it said, you know, the brand name and then made in Germany. And then he said, you know, in Japan, we would be ashamed to use a product that's not made in Japan. And we would challenge ourselves, challenge our engineers, why we are not able to make this product, this relatively simple product, why we are not able to make this product, why we are importing this product for a top flight students, why all of you engineers will have to use an imported product. We would question that, he said. And he also said, you know, I hope that you engineers go away with that determination that you will make all of this in India. That is how you will make your country great. And those are the words that stuck with me. So as I said, I don't remember a lot of the engineering content of the classes, even what he taught, but I do remember this lesson. And ever since actually that became kind of a obsession through, I know I went through PhD, I did a lot of that, but this was in the back of my mind. And then I started analyzing Japan a lot. I mean, after hearing this, you know, I was a fan of Japan and I started analyzing the Japanese economy, how that country got rich. And for those of you who may not know, Japan is the first country in Asia to industrialize. The first country anywhere outside of the Western world, outside of US and Europe, to industrialize. The first country outside of the Western world to become rich, become a global technological power. Until Japan made it, it was widely thought that prosperity would not spread outside of that Western sphere. It was widely assumed. And it was Japan that actually ended that assumption. In fact, it was Japanese multinationals, whether it is Sony, Hitachi, and all of the names that we all familiar with, Honda, Toyota, all of them, that made the idea that non-Western companies could dominate the globe. Today, of course, we know Korean, we know Taiwanese, we know Chinese brands, all of that. But the very first nation to go there to prove this point was Japan. And Japan itself is a very heavily, what used to be considered an overpopulated island. A very small island, a large population for their area, a large population density. All of the things that we think of about India supply to Japan as well. Poverty, endemic poverty, all of that. And it was thought that they will not, countries like that will not develop with all of the disadvantages. No natural resources, all of that. Now, if you had asked an economist in the 1950s, they would have said it would be very difficult for such countries to develop. And yet Japan made it, and by 1986, when the professor was there, it was a leading industrial power. And by then, already Japan was well famous. The Japanese brands were well famous. Like you wanted a Sony product, you wanted a Toyota product, you wanted a Honda motorcycle, all of that. So that is how it was. And why that stuck with me, and I've been obsessing about our nation's issue. What is the problem of an Assam you are in? What is the problem of, I yesterday met, when I went to the doctor, turned out the assistants were from Mizoram. Mizoram is, of course, your neighboring state there from the northeast. I asked them, why are you there in Chennai? They said, sir, for educated people, there are no jobs. We have to come to Chennai. And there's a lot of, actually, in Zoho, there's a lot of people in Chennai from the northeast working here. We are happy to have them, but also they had to leave their homes and come far away to work. And from Mizoram all the way to Chennai. I mean, imagine the migration that it required to come all the way and learn a new language. They speak Tamil now, and all of the effort they had to put in. And why does it happen? And if you, look at Mizoram or Assam or Bihar, any of these states, and also it's actually true in a broader sense to Tamil Nadu as well. The problem is, of course, lack of jobs for youth. And what does it mean? It simply means, in economic terms, I stated very simply, we have needs and wants. We are not able to fulfill them ourselves. That's how I put it. We want a smartphone, but we are not able to make the chips inside, the camera inside, all of it. We are importing the technology. And we want sophisticated shoes, but the sophisticated shoemaking machinery, if you go into the shoe factory, you'll see that it comes from Germany or Switzerland. And you could take industry after industry, the levers of technology, the sophisticated technology come from abroad. To this day, that's true. And I often take the humble nail clipper as an example. I go to Tenkasi in my rural village and I buy a nail clipper and it is made in South Korea or made in China. And the nail clipper is not, it's a humble product, but it's not a trivial product. It has to cut well. I mean, the nail has to cut well, and the cutting edge is very important. It turns out we don't make the specialty steel. And then you go further, why don't we make the specialty steel? We don't invest enough in R&D. And again, sure enough, you go, when I was a member in the NSAB, I looked it up. Our R&D expenditure in private industry is one of the lowest in the world as a percentage among all of the leading economies. So our companies do not spend enough in R&D. By R&D, I do not mean here breakthrough Nobel Prize winning stuff. I mean making specialty steel, by making databases, making operating systems, all of that. Even stuff that other people have done before, to reinvent it is R&D. The reason is they are not telling you how to build it. Nobody is coming and teaching us how to build an operating system. We have to figure it out. There may be a lot of open source material, but we still have to do the hard work. And there may be like secret recipes in an Apple they won't share, right? Similarly, this meeting software, we are on it. Zoho has some meeting software. There's a lot of secret sauce that goes into making the video, audio work perfectly. Those are not documented anywhere. Those cannot be taught in classrooms. You have to learn by doing it. These are the things I discovered by studying Japan, being 25, 30 years in the industry now, that this is the R&D we really need to invest in. And that R&D is fundamental to creating jobs. And right now we are doing it in our rural district called Tenkasi, about 650 kilometers from Chennai. Deeply rural district. Typically, all of our youth migrate away or stay jobless, one of the two, or are very underemployed. They may get a 6,000 rupee job, but they're really effectively underemployed. They want a better job. There are no better jobs in the region. So either they have to migrate to a Chennai or Bangalore or Dubai or Singapore or wherever, or they accept a poorer job. That's just the way it is today. And to create those jobs, I'll link it to the R&D. And the R&D is what enables us to, for example, we talk about textile belt in Tirupur near Coimbatore. It's a textile hub in Tamil Nadu. A lot of textile mills are there, spinning mills, and then weaving, and then the garmenting, all of that. So there's multiple processes involved. You convert cotton into yarn, then yarn into fabric, fabric into the clothes we buy. All those factories are there. And you talk to the businessmen there, the industrialists, they'll tell you their leading problem is their labor costs are too high. They're not able to compete with Bangladesh. And so sure enough, a lot of the industry is leaving. Garmenting is leaving Tirupur to go to Bangladesh. Then I tell them, why don't we go to our own poorer regions both within Tamil Nadu, poorer regions across India, where our labor costs are still low. And so some of the businesses are doing that. They cannot the labor costs in Tirupur are too high, so they are going to Madhya Pradesh, they're going to some other states now. But I asked them more fundamentally, where is all the machinery coming from? And you'll realize that if you go to a textile mill, all of the machinery is coming from Japan or Germany or Switzerland. Most of it. Occasionally these days, some Chinese machines, about 80 to 90% of the machinery is not domestically made. And you go into any hospital today, the same thing is true. You look at all of the advanced technology in a hospital, state-of-the-art hospital, 80 to 90% of it is coming from abroad, the technology behind it. And what is the cost of it? The price we pay is not merely the dollar price we pay for in terms of imports. It is also the absence of jobs, the skill sets that we develop by building those things. And I know this from a fact that after we started building the audio video stuff in Zoho Meeting, which competes with Zoho Google Meet now, we learned a lot. We keep improving. And in 5 years, we have come very, very, very far. In fact, so much that actually we are winning customers now steadily. Obviously, we have not yet won IIT Guwahati here, but we are winning a lot of customers now. So why I'm saying it is that we are able to do only because we attempted to build it. That exactly is the same thing that applies to drones. It applies to advanced materials. It applies to biotechnology. It applies to textile machinery. It applies to robotics. Any of it. The only way we develop the capabilities is not by studying it, not by teaching it in the classroom, because that information will not be retained in 10 or 20 years, by actually doing it. Only by actually doing it. And that capability that we build in Tirupur, I'll tell you the economic implication. When Tirupur complained about labor costs being too high and we have to move the jobs to Bangladesh, I asked them, where do you buy the machinery? We buy from Switzerland or Germany. I asked them, do you know what the labor costs there are? Of course, much, much higher than us. Maybe 25 times higher than us, 30 times higher than us. And I said, why is it that your labor costs are actually 25 times lower than Germany? Why does Germany not have to worry about you? But you have to worry about Bangladesh, where the labor costs may be only 30, 40% cheaper than you. In other words, Germany is 25 times bigger in terms of labor costs, and yet they don't have to worry about our Indian labor costs in their competition. But why do we have to compete with why do we have to worry about Bangladesh labor costs? And then they got the answer. They said, look, we are not creating original technology here. We are not creating our own products. We are simply buying the product, and we don't have the capability to build that advanced textile machine. There's a lot of robotics processes involved now, highly automated machinery. We don't have the capability to build it. As a direct result, our suppliers hold all the cost. They can name the price. In fact, the situation in the textile industry is you place an order for an advanced German machine, and each machine may cost you 2 crores or 3 crores. You place an order for 10 of them, maybe 20, 30 crore order, and you wait 6 months or 1 year for delivery. And you pay in advance. In other words, they don't get paid after delivery. They get paid 6 months before the delivery. And I asked them, when you deliver your t-shirts to Walmart or Target or whoever, do you get paid ahead of time? Absolutely not. They actually get paid 2 or 3 months after the delivery. So I asked the businessman assembled, who holds the cards here? Your supplier holds the cards, your customer holds the cards. You hold none of the cards. Your supplier, the machinery, advanced machinery, they hold the cards. You pay them 6 months or 1 year ahead of time. And your customer, they pay you 3 months after you deliver. You are squeezed in the middle. And we can keep on complaining about this. We can say the government should offer us relief for this and that. That's not going to solve our problem. I said Tirupur's problem is we need to learn to compete with Germany. We need to learn to compete with South Korea. We need to learn to compete with Switzerland. We cannot just be content with competing with Bangladesh. That is the only way that we can advance the economy. And that's exactly what this is something I realized about 25 years ago steadily. And we started investing in it steadily. And we have come a long way. Now, if you look at Zoho, you will see a whole variety of products. Now we are doing some very advanced compiler work. We are doing some AI work, a lot of things in deep rural areas. In Tenkasi, we have an AI team. In rural Kerala, we have an AI team. We have a language translation team, all staffed with some really smart engineers who learned by doing. In fact, introduction mentioned about Zoho Schools of Learning. We call it Zoho Schools of Learning. We don't call it Zoho University because the university term is actually cannot be used by people like us who are not actually offering a formal credential. And we actually don't believe in credentials, which is why we don't offer it. And so we call it Zoho Schools of Learning. And there we take students directly from +2. We train them in software development, all of this. And I'm happy to report today, some of those youngsters are working on state-of-the-art compiler design, database work, all of that, after merely only about 2 or 3 years on it. And that, as IIT students will understand, because you actually have a lot of energy at 19 or 20. You can work, infinite hours. And if I made you work on some compiler design, you will do it. It's just all the courses and the grades actually sometimes get in the way, as you know. And that's why we abolished all the grades. We have no grades in our Zoho Schools of Learning. We just build projects. We just build stuff. We build software. And that's exactly the technique we are using for our hardware division as well now. Go build these tools. And we will evaluate you on the projects. Keep building. That's how we have been doing it. And that proved to be a much more hands-on education. And the lessons stay with you for life. Because once having built a compiler, having built an audio system, a video system, face the problems, those lessons stay with you. This we have to get on in rural India, in Assam, in Bihar, in Madhya Pradesh, everywhere. This we have to get on. That's the only way our nation can achieve its true potential. Now I'll come to your role as IIT students, what you can do. Part of our nation's problem too is that the smartest talent is not staying in our shores. Often the smartest talent is leaving. And of course, from the talent perspective, as an individual student, your perspective is, hey, I get the best opportunities in Germany or wherever. That is right. But I also tell you, if smartest talent is leaving, that place can never develop. And that is true for both, even at a state level. It is true at a district level. It is true at a village level. If my village cannot retain the smartest kids born here, that village will stay stagnant, decline, maybe one day disappear from the map altogether, as many, many villages do. So, which means that part of a lot of if you love your state, you love your language, you love your people, you have to stay there to serve. And part of how we are enabling it is we are trying to bring this technology driven development, jobs, and income to that region. And for every job that we create in Tenkasi in compiler design, there are 10, 20, 25 other jobs created in the local economy for auto rickshaw drivers, for restaurant workers, for shopping mall workers, and the like, because the income that we bring, high velocity money, I call it, that gets diffused through the community. In fact, you can actually model this some kind of a fluid model where there is a source of money coming in and that's diffusing through the local economy and creating a multiplier effect. In economics, they call it a multiplier effect. You can visibly see that wherever we are now, that the regions where we entered were depressed in poverty before, and now there is a kind of a visible prosperity you can see around. And that is reported by the people in the lowest rung of the economic ladder. They'll tell you that our incomes have improved a lot since Zoho came in here, even though we don't directly employ them at all. Construction workers benefited, and auto rickshaw drivers benefited. In Tenkasi train station, railway station, the auto rickshaw drivers tell you that we get more customers now after Zoho came because there's a lot more people coming and going to Zoho. So that is how all of the community's income lifts up. But the key is that compiler developer. And the compiler developer makes very good income. But that income, the AI developer makes very good income. But that income, where does it stay? Is it diffusing through the local economy? That's very important. Which is why I appeal to you as talent to consider staying in India, contributing to our nation's progress. And this is how Japan developed. This is how Taiwan developed. This is how South Korea developed. This is how China developed. And I'm going to finally finish with one thing. Often we borrow the Silicon Valley model. I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley, so I understood the model. Silicon Valley model does not apply to us in India. And I'll tell you exactly why. In Silicon Valley, if a new company is formed, OpenAI, take OpenAI, the latest company, the latest hot sensation. If OpenAI wants an engineer from Kerala, one from Thailand, one from Iran, one from Kenya, one from Mexico, in about approximately a month, those engineers will be there in Silicon Valley for them. They simply specialize in assembling the talent from anywhere in the world. That easy facility does not apply to anybody else in the world. Bangalore cannot hope to get such talent, nor can Bangkok, nor can Guwahati. Nobody can afford to get that kind of talent that Silicon Valley is able to command by simply, in other words, Silicon Valley is like a sports franchise that's able to buy the best team from anywhere else in the world and put it there. That development model is not how Taiwan developed. That's not how Japan developed. That's not how Korea developed. That's not how China developed. China is developed almost entirely by the Chinese. South Korea developed by South Koreans. Taiwan by Taiwanese. So, and I submit to you that if we have to develop, we have to use our own domestic talent, for which we have to retain the talent. And that talent retention, creating that industry is why all these institutions are formed. Why IIT exists in Guwahati? So that Assam can benefit, Meghalaya can benefit, all of the surrounding region can benefit. And I hope that we fulfill the mission. And that requires a lot of me to think through this, your own actions, and think long term. Maybe in 5 years, what you will do, I don't know. But at least in 10 years, 15 years, keep that homeland in mind. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the success in your career. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Following the recommendation of the Senate of IIT Guwahati and the approval of Board of Governors, IIT Guwahati, the names of students who would be graduating in the 26th convocation will now be placed before the Chairman Senate, IIT Guwahati, for his signature in the Book of Record of Graduates. The conferring of the degrees will now begin. We start with the doctoral degrees. The Dean of Academic Affairs will present the Doctor of Philosophy and dual MS Engineering plus Doctor of Philosophy recipients, and the Chairman Senate will confer the degrees. All doctoral degree students are requested to stand up and remain standing till the conferring of the degrees is completed.
I present to you, sir, Sisir Kumar Jana and others, including those in absentia who have completed the prescribed course of study and have been found fit for the award of their respective degrees of Doctor of Philosophy and dual MS Engineering plus Doctor of Philosophy, and pray that they be admitted.
By virtue of the authority vested in me as the Chairman of the Senate, I admit you all to your respective degrees of Doctor of Philosophy and dual MS Engineering plus Doctor of Philosophy of the Institute, and I charge you to be worthy of the same.
All doctoral degree recipients are requested to take their seats. We now move on to conferring the MA, MSc, MBA, MTech, MDes, MSR, and International Joint Master degrees. The Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, Postgraduate, will present the respective degree recipients, and the Chairman Senate will confer the degrees. All master degree recipients are requested to stand up and remain standing till the conferring of the degrees is completed.
I present you, sir, Advaitar Krishna and others, including those in absentia, who have completed the prescribed course of study and have been found fit for the award of their respective degrees of Master of Arts, Master of Science, Master of Business Administration, Master of Technology, Master of Design, Master of Science by Research, International Joint Master of Technology, and pray that they be admitted.
By virtue of the authority vested in me as the Chairman of the Senate, I admit you all to your respective degrees Master of Arts, Master of Science, Master of Business Administration, Master of Technology, Master of Design, Master of Science by Research, International Joint Master of Technology of the Institute, and charge you to be worthy of the same.
Please be seated. We now move on to the conferring of BTech and BDes degrees. The Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, undergraduate, will present the BTech and BDes degree recipients, and the Chairman Senate will confer the degrees. All bachelor degree recipients are requested to stand up and remain standing till the conferring of the degrees is completed.
I present to you, sir, Adarsh Raj Shah and others, including those in absentia, who have completed the prescribed course of study and have been found fit for the award of their respective degrees of Bachelor of Technology and Bachelor of Design, and pray that they be admitted.
By virtue of the authority vested in me as the Chairman of the Senate, I admit you all to your respective degrees of Bachelor of Technology and Bachelor of Design of the Institute, and charge you to be worthy of the same.
Please be seated. We now move on to the presentation of medals and awards. The Dean of Academic Affairs will announce the Best Thesis Awards for Masters and PhD students. The Director, IIT Guwahati, is requested to present the Best Thesis Awards.
For the year 2024, I present to you, sir, the Best Thesis Awards for Masters and PhD programs. Anirban Lekharu, PhD from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Ananda Vayar, PhD from the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering. Devtanai Das, PhD from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Bharat Ratan, PhD from the Department of Civil Engineering. Hizam Jiten Singh, PhD from the Department of Design. Aviti Katare, PhD from the Department of Chemical Engineering. Angana Bhattacharya, PhD from Department of Physics. Sandeep Maji, PhD from the Department of Mathematics. Akub Javed, PhD from the Center for the Environment. Konika Chaudhary, PhD from the Center for Nanotechnology. Anmol Mohak, Master of Science by Research in Disaster Management and Risk Reduction. Karthik Maddala, MTech in Computer Science and Engineering. Ishan Agarwal, MTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering. Bhavna, MTech in Civil Engineering. Shaurya Dumka, MTech in Biotechnology. Rupendra Tiwari, MTech in Rural Technology. Atul Bhagat, MTech in Robotics and Artificial Intelligence. Ashik Purushottam, Master of Design. Rucha Pramod Patil, MDes in Electronic Product Design. Geetanjali, Master of Business Administration. Visakha G, MA in Development Studies. Neelotpal Sharma, MA in Liberal Arts. Sonam Rani, MSc in Chemistry.
All Best Thesis Award winners, along with the chairman, BOG, the director, and the guest of honor, will now pose for photographs. All Best Thesis Award winners are requested to take their seats. We now move on to the presentation of medals. The registrar will announce the winners of the Institute Silver Medals. The guest of honor, Professor Gautam Barua, is requested to present the Institute Silver Medals.
The Institute Silver Medal, one of each discipline under BTech, BDes, MA, MSc and MBA, except the discipline of President of India Gold Medal winner and the Governor of Assam Gold Medal winner, is awarded to the student who ranks first, obtaining the highest cumulative performance index among the eligible students in their respective discipline. For the year 2024, I present to you, sir, the silver medal winners. Grace Mary Matheson, BTech in Electronic and Communication Engineering. Gautam Jodilal, MTech in Mechanical Engineering, BTech in Mechanical Engineering. Nandan Kumar, BTech in Civil Engineering. Ishu Patel, BTech in Chemical Engineering. Sridhar Goyal, BTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering. Gilgara Arnav Naidu, BTech in Engineering Physics. Omkar Ganesh Chaudhary, BTech in Chemical Sciences and Technology. Sastak Diwan, MTech, BTech in Mathematics and Computing. Sridhar Harat Pawar, Bachelor of Design. Srinoy Ghosh, MSc in Physics. Sonam Rani, MSc in Chemistry. Dwayne Day, MSc in Mathematics and Computing. Anjana S, MA in Development Studies. Tanaya Kole, MA in Liberal Arts. Gitanjali, Master of Business Administration.
The registrar will now announce the winner of Governor of Assam Gold Medal for postgraduate students. The guest of honor, Professor Gautam Barua, is requested to present the Governor of Assam Gold Medal for postgraduate students.
The Governor of Assam Gold Medal for postgraduate students is awarded to the student who secures the highest cumulative performance index among all the eligible students of the batch receiving the postgraduate degree across all disciplines of the institute. For the year 2024, I present to you, sir, Harpita Ray, M.Tech in Civil Engineering, the winner of Assam, Governor of Assam Medal for postgraduate students.
The registrar will now announce the winner of Governor of Assam Gold Medal for undergraduate students. The guest of honor, Professor Gautam Barua, is requested to present the Governor of Assam Gold Medal for undergraduate students.
The Governor of Assam Gold Medal for undergraduate students is awarded to the student who secures the second highest cumulative performance index among all the eligible students of the batch receiving the undergraduate degree across all disciplines of the institute. For the year 2024, I present to you, sir, Prasantu Konta, B.Tech in Computer Science and Engineering, the winner of Governor of Assam Gold Medal for the undergraduate students.
The registrar will now announce the award of Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma Gold Medal. The guest of honor, Professor Gautam Barua, is requested to present the Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma Gold Medal.
Dr. Sankal Daya Sharma Gold Medal is awarded to a graduating student adjusted to be the best in terms of general proficiency, including character, conduct, excellency in academic performance, extracurricular activity, and social services. For the year 2024, I present to you, sir, Rekham Gupta, B.Tech in Engineering Physics, for the award of Dr. Sankal Daya Sharma Gold Medal.
The registrar will now announce the winner of the President of India Gold Medal. The guest of honor, Professor Gautam Barua, is requested to present the President of India Gold Medal.
The President of India Gold Medal is awarded each year to the student who stand first, securing the highest cumulative performance index among all eligible students of the batch receiving the degree of Bachelor of Technology and Bachelor of Design. For this year, I present to you, sir, Vedanta Gaurang Shah, B.Tech in Computer Science Engineering, for the award of President of India Gold Medal.
All winners of medals, along with the guest of honor, Chairman, Board of Governors, and the Director, will now pose for photographs. and take the pledge. The President of India Gold Medal winner will administer the pledge.
I, Vedant Gaurang Shah, a graduate of the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, hereby pledge that I shall always endeavor to be scrupulously honest in the discharge of my duties. I shall utilize my knowledge, experience, and skills to the best of my ability for the service of society and of the country, and for the glory of the Institute. In all circumstances, I shall uphold the dignity of the individual and the integrity of my profession.
All graduates, please be seated. The Chairman, Board of Governors, is now requested to formally declare adjournment of the convocation.
The convocation is now adjourned and will reconvene at 2 p.m.
Now the national anthem will be sung. You are requested to stand up and not leave your place till all the dignitaries have left the hall. Thank you.
Please be seated. The Chairman Board of Governors is requested to formally declare resumption of proceedings of the 26th Convocation.
I declare the resumption of the convocation proceedings.
The head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering is requested to call the names of the PhD, MTech, and BTech degree recipients in Computer Science and Engineering and MTech degree recipients in Data Science.
We start with PhD degree, Sridhar Kumar Jena. Arijit Nath, Ujjwal Biswas, Akanksha Mishra, Pradeep Kumar Gajendra Bhale, Debabrata Senapati, Priyanka Panigrahi, Maithili Lakshman Rao Patwar, Anirban Lekharu, Debanchan Roy Chaudhary, Sujit Kumar. Next, MTech CSC, Advait R. Krishna, Ashish Kumar Pal, Ayush Mandloy, Binayak Behra, Debarpan Jana, Ivan Star Field War, Gandhar Mahesh Kumar Deshpande, Harsh Verma, Harshil Ramanik Bhai Sadakaria, Khobragade Kajal Hiralal, Kartik Madala, Kaushal Hashmukh Bhai Mistri, Kushal Chakravarti, Licho Raju, Madhurima Sen, Neha Amrit Duthargaon, Nihal Madan Singh, Rahul Asati, Saumya Asati, Utsav Nimesh Bhai Bheda, Vaishali Ghanshyam Chaudhary, Vatsal Gulab Bhai Vasoya, Udta Venkat Narendra, Yashvi Bipin Bhai Rajveer, Abhinash Kumar Ray, Shikha, Master of Technology, Interdisciplinary Data Science, Rajendra Kujur, Diora Ujas Vinod Kumar, Rishabh Tomar, Neelmani, Nikhil Vilas Thosar, Bachelor of Technology, CSC, Adarsh Raj Sa, Adi Arya Chandra, Abburi Charishma, Aditya Patidar, Advaita Malik, Akshat Mittal, Aman Soni, Anindya Vijay Vargiya, Anmol Deep Singh, Anurag Ravi, Arpan Anil Khandare, Arthi Sai Akshit, Arya Avinash Fadke, Bachalapuri Samuel Sunny Kumar, Bhanu Rajput, Billa Pramod, Bokka Srividya, Chigarapalli Chandrabhushan Reddy, Dhananjay, Gandrati Srija, Ganji Pala Venkireddy, Ganoju Manideepak, Gundamidi Sai Ram Mohan, Gunjal Om Saheb Rao, Gunjan Dhanuka, Harshita Kabra, Harshvardhan Nitin Bhakkad, Hemant Kumar Meena, Himanshu Shekhar, Himanshu Yadav, Hridayanshu Kumar, Jaram Niharika, Kanchumarti Pravallika, Kandula Sravya, Kapuluru Vikas Reddy, Karri Sai Vamshi, Karthik Malasia, कार्तिक शर्मा, कार्तिकेय गुप्ता, किलपर्ति हेमंत, कीर्ति बंसोडे, कोत्तपल्ली कुमुदवल्ली, लिंका लोहित, महेक भवेश वोरा, मानसी, मिहिर सागर, मिनाली मनहर, मुकुल, मुकुल लाकरा, नमन आनंद, नंदिग्राम नाग वेंकट हरीश, पैडे आशीष, पांड्या प्रांशु, पंकज यादव, पटेल भूमिराज रंजित भाई, पटेल हेतांग संजय कुमार, पौरस मनोज तारले, पोद्दुटूरी स्वीया रेड्डी, प्रदीप कुमार, प्रखार पांडे, प्रणव नायर, प्रांजल बर्नवाल, प्रांजल सिंह, प्रांशु शाह, प्रांशु कांदोई, प्रथम पेकमवार, पृथ्वीराज जीएन, रवि कुमार, रिपुदमन सिंह, सात्विक तिवारी, सिद्धार्थ बंसल, सिद्धार्थ हेमंत खिंचा, सिद्धार्थ चौधरी, सुजीत नारायण कांबले, तनवीन, तपन सेठी, वाणी कृष्णा बार्ला, वंश राठौड़, वंशिता, वासिरेड्डी मोहित साही, वत्सल गुप्ता, विराज गोयंका, विशाल बुलचंदानी, विशाल कुमार, विशाल मीना, यक्काल हेमा वेंकटराव, यश अग्रवाल, वेदांत गौरंग शाह, आग्नेय एस तलवार, धीरज गर्ग, शिवम मुकेश गर्ग, अर्पण खन्ना, नंदिनी शर्मा, शाद ध्रुव प्रदीप कुमार, लोविश अग्रवाल।
You are requested to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. परिजनों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपने मोबाइल फोन साइलेंट कर दें। The head of the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering is requested to call the names of the PhD, MTech and BTech degree recipients in Electronics and Communication Engineering, Electronics and Electrical Engineering.
PhD in Electronics and Electrical Engineering, Hardhan Chel, Sushri Sila P. Goswami, Pramit Nandi, Himakshi Mishra, Rutuparna Chaudhary, Anand Y.R. and Debasis Jyotishi. Now, dual MS plus PhD in Electronics and Electrical Engineering, Sibasis Sahu. Now, MTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering, E.N. Kirtana. Palak Saxena. Danduri Koti Reddy. Ritika Jaiswal. Nagi Reddy, Chandramouli Reddy, Sarbi Khoi Terang, Aditya Kulkarni, Arun Sai Jaligama, आयुषी नागेश, बड़ीकेला श्रीकर, ईशान अग्रवाल, निभा रंजन, सौरव ज्योति नाथ, स्वर्जिमा रानी बोरो, वरुण पी विक्रम, आकाश विश्वकर्मा, राकेश कोटनाना, आयुष सिंह राजपूत, महेंद्र पटेल, सत्यम मिश्रा, घनश्याम दास गुप्ता, राम गोपाल, शिवराज विश्वकर्मा, तबरेज आलम, विघ्नेश्वरन आर, विसुनो नालियो, अंकुर मलिक, अविनाश पराशर, राहुल कुमार सिंह, प्रीतिका नेगी, अभिनव रस्तोगी, अजय गिरी, अजिंक्य सुरेश कांबळे, अखिलेश कंठीराम मेहर, अमित कुमार श्रद्धा रेड्डी, अनिंद्य सेन, अर्णव कुमार पांडे, प्रद्युम्न सिंह, राहुल प्रकाश, रितेश उपाध्याय, साई प्रवीण दावरकोंडा, शायन कुमार, अपूर्व लोइंग, अर्पित गौर, येटूरी वेंकटेश, अग्गाला वनकटा शाही, गंगाधर नायडू, अंगारा अपर्णा, अंकुर कुमार नरेश भाई पटेल, मोनिश नाथ, अंकित वैष्णव, विक्रम मंडल, Suvadeep Mandal, Chennuru Chetan, Manish Kumar, Mohammad Akamuddin Siddiqui, Nirmal Kumar, Pawan Kumar, Sumit Narendra Jhoting, and Arvind Vepati. Now BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering, Aminesh Das, A. Srihari Raju, Aryan Pawar, Abhinav Birru, Adepu Sriharsha Shashank, Amish Agrawal, Amit Thomas, Amritanshu Rana, Anmol Kapoor, Anurag Yadav, Atul Nayak, Bathola Janvi, Bharat Singha Reddy Mandadi, Bhavik Chandana, Bhavesh Prajapat, Vishal Mandal, Botta Lokesh Apparao, Cheru Venkat Sai Vishwanath, Chavi Nath, Dipanshi Garg, Devansh Sharma, David Kumar Deka, Desil Solanki, Ganga Varpu Shruta Kirti Reddy, Govinolla Praveen Pranav Kumar Reddy, Gayatri E, Govind, Grace Mary Madsen, Guddeti Arti, Harsh Vardhan Lomisa, Illa Kesav Karthik, Darapala Harin Kishore Parma, Joshit Gubbala, Kanak Dandi Bharadwaj, Leki Reddy Yashwant Kumar Reddy, Madhur Lakshana Vedla Mudi, महिमा कुमारी, मंचरे सुदीप सुदीन, मनु राज सिंह, मनवर मिहिर अविनाश, मोहम्मद साहिल, मेहुल कुमार दुसिया, मोट्टामरी राम पवन, मिस मेघना कौशिक, मुद्ददा साई तेजा, नागिरेड्डी सुहास रेड्डी, निरुपमा झा, नित्या तिवारी, पार्थ अश्वानी, पशुपुलेती साई चरणदीप, प्रोमित हलदार, पुराम नैनी राजेश, पैंडा नागा वेंकटेश वेंकटसाई वामसी, रचित सोंथालिया, रापोलू शिवा प्रसाद, रतन सेन, रिद्धि अग्रवाल, रिशांत पाल, रितिका चौधरी, समर्थ उमापति हेगड़े, संस्कार केजरीवाल, सायन आलम, शेख खाजा मोहम्मद रफ़ी, शिवम कुमार गोयल, सौविक पॉल, श्रुति राव, शुभ्रदीप दास, सोनाली कुमारी, श्री कनिष्क एस, सुमित कुमार, स्वस्ति, तरुणा, थकाडू राजीव आनंद, उदय कुमार, वांगा अंजन रेड्डी, वेमुला सुभाष, वानखेड़े पूर्वी राजेंद्र, याडला लहरी, यशी नातू, मोहित मनोज, सोहम करक, मनीष कुमार, सक्षम कुमार, परशवा प्रग्नेश शाह, तीर्थराज तालुकदार, विघ्नेश देशपांडे, आयुष दत्ता जायसवाल, सोनी आयुष दिनेश कुमार, आयतोरी नागा रेड्डी, जैन उमंग विजय कुमार, पोद्दार मिताली किरण, कोटला निशांत, मुम्माल नैनी जसवंत, now BTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering, Astha Singh, Abhranil Das, Adepu Aditya Vardhan, Anish Nahar, अंकुर कुमार, आर्यन भूषणवार, आर्यन सिंह, अथैम वेंकट साई चरण यादव, चेरुकुपल्ली भार्गव, चोक्कपू वंदना, दीपक प्रसाद, दीपांजलि सिन्हा, दीपांशु, धैर्य अग्रवाल, धनराज भाटी, दीक्षा श्री, गुज्जू साई कृष्ण, हर्ष सुनील चौधरी, हितेश कुमार, काली की वया सात्विक, मोपुरू साई तेजा रेड्डी, प्रणय किशोर, प्रत्युष रंजन, प्रियांशु कुमार, पूजा कुमारी सिंह, रामराजू गायत्री सौम्या, संस्कार गुप्ता, सत्यम बंसल, शौरमिता रियांग, शिखर बिंड, श्रेय अरविंद कुमार प्रजापति, सोहम पारुंडेकर, सृष्टि गोयल, सूर्यांश श्रीवास्तव, वतन नारंग, Vishakha Chaurasia, Vuppala Vishnu Vardhan, Dhruv Rawat, Ankit Guha, Sarthak Agashe, Karan Upadhyay, Ayush Srivatsava, Ved Prakash Sundar Rajan, Surya Tej Lalam, Aniket Kumar, Muskan Gupta, Akshat Singhal, Vishwesh S. Warrior, and Priyanshu. Aditya Pratap Singh, and Akshay Padmakar. Thank you.
The head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering is requested to call the names of PhD, MTech, and BTech degree recipients in Mechanical Engineering and MS by Research degree recipients in e-mobility.
PhD program in Mechanical Engineering, Shikha Bhuyan, Saptarishi Datta, Sagar Mohan, Pranjot Sekia, Nitish Bharadwaj, Ambarish Singh, Devtanai Das, Kaustav Chatterjee, Sasanka Kakati, Neeraj Kumar Prasad, Anand Mohan Pandey, Harinarayan Singh Yadav, Rathod Humayun Harshabandai, Bappa Das, Dheeraj Kumar, Ashutosh Kumar Singh, now MS by Research in E-Mobility, Anshul Kasha, Lalit Kumar, Shaurya Pandey, Vivek Raj, now MTech in Mechanical Engineering, Kadake Varun Dilip, Manish Kumar Mahato, Indrajit Singh Yadav, Pul Babu, Pratik Patel, Siddhartha Brahma, Ankit Kumar Biswas, CH Abhijit Prafulla, Mayur Shankar Jadhav, Rishabh Singh, Kartik, Rahul Jangir, Prasad Vilas Badade, Prasanjit Padi, Raghav Rajiv, Shubham Anil Ingole, Saurabh Singh Thakur, Varsha Sahu, Niveda Sri, Saurabh Khare, Seni Vamsi Ganesh, Sivanavin Gurram, Suvro Mukherjee, Kumar Sachin, Ashish Kumar Verma, Chaitanya Pramod Bane, Suraj Vasu, Abhishrit Yas, Alan Sam Matthew, Aman Srivastava, Ankush Kumar Ramteke, Bhushan Vijay Mate, C.H. Ganesh Venkata Narayana, Kalpesh Suresh Jadhav, Krunal Indravan Patel, Partha Pratim Nath, Pratik Khandelwal, Rohit Kumar, Sumit Pal, Tejas Manik Gondane, Vijay Kumar Singh, A. Sahi Rahul, Abhishek Kumar, Anjali Jaiswal, Bhanu Pratap Sahu, Christo Elias, Gaurav Divedi, Imamuddin Ansari, Jogwant C.H. Sohanalal, Chirag Kumar, Lokash Kumar Jain, Lokesh Kumar Verma, Priyakhi Kachari, Rajkumar, Siddhartha Singh Senegar, Umang Kaushik, Vandana Kumari, Veerabhotla Seva Srikara, Vivek Vijay Potadar, Deepak Yadav, Kucharlapati Vinay Shankara Verma, Ankit Kumar, Avinash Chaudhary, Digbolai Bora, Gaurav Soni, Kaushalesh Kumar Pandey, Kudupudi Bhanu Shrukut, Prasad Shamarao Deshpande, Palak Sardar, Rishabh Saluja, Satya Prakash Gupta, Shashi Kapoor Verma, Shaurav Sadashiv Patil, Vidisha Singh, Om Chaurasia, now BTech program in Mechanical Engineering. Amit Kumar, Ayush Sharma, Abhishek Kumar, Abhishek Meena, Aditya Bisla, Aditya Verma, Akanksha Verma, Aman Mal, Angshuman Hajori, Anil Kumar Meena, Archit Avadhane, Arnav Singh, Arpita Malik, Aryan Avasti, Ashish Kumar Sonkaria, Ashok Kumar Meher, Ashutosh Mishra, Agasta Bharadwaj, Avanti Lankeshwar Balpande, Avinash Ahirwal, Avinish Kumar Jha, Ayush Tripathi, Ayushi Anand, Bhuvan Gogrot, Chaladi Yogita, Chintapalli Nissi, Danda Akshara, Desai Dev Bhirin, Devan Sharan Gupta, Divyansh Nigam, Duvur Bhargavi, Gole Ritish Sunil, Gauri Agrawal, Gautam Jyotilal, Guttikonda Srinidhi Reddy, Harsha Yadav, Harshal, Hemang Pait, Icha Gupta, Karan Koch, Karan Soni, Kushbu, Kushi Agarwal, Kishore Chandra Das, Kondadala Rishi Kesava Reddy, Kodimgari Prasanta, Krishna Kakolai, Lakshya, Manish Mishra, Mergu Vishwaja, Mohammad Rabe, Mohammad Salim, Naveen Parikh, Nekkanti Shweshik, Potti Shri Venkata Lakshmi Sahitya, Pridwin P, R. Kailash, Ramawat Jagdish, Ramaholin Infimate, Rishikesh Das, Shatak Sarkar, Sajal Agrawal, Samuel Atkar Laskar, Seema Rajput, Shashwat Methi, Shivam, Siddharth Keshar, Shimran Birla, Saurav Das, Saurish Kumar Varanasi, Sripati Sriram, Sudiksha Jaiswal, Shwatantra Upadhyay, Trisha, Ujja Gupta, Vikas Rahul, Vikesh Maurya, Vinay Kumar Patel, Vivek Kumar, Yash Verma, Krish Rajpal, Harsh Agrawal, Tiyasa Kayal, Vishal Kumar, Aprameya Rangarajan, Abhijit Patnaik, Shri Rup Rajendra Ikare, Naman Tiwari, Kunal Goyal, P. Amon Maxwell, Rashik Kalita, Nishant Kumar, Raj Joya. Thank you.
The head of the Department of Chemical Engineering is requested to call the names of PhD, MTech and BTech degree recipients in Chemical Engineering and joint MTech degree recipients in Food Science and Technology.
PhD in Chemical Engineering, Sayan Kumar Bhattacharjee. P. Prem Sagar. Khalid Mahmood. Pankaj Barua. M. Swarna Nagaraj. Bhanupriya Das. Navin Kumar Ashok Yaranal. Shonteke Ankush Dasrath. Pranjal Pratim Das. Simons Dhara. Ankit Agarwala. Arindam Datta. Abhiti Katare. Now MTech in Chemical Engineering. Aryan. B. Sai Mukesh Reddy. Divakar Rai Srivastava. Gyana Sangita R. Hrishikesh Sharma. Jitendra Bairwa. K. Vishnuvardhan. Kusagra. Navneet Khalko. Nilakshi Saharia. Shubhamoy Haldar. Shushankar Sur. Vikrant Saha. योगेश कुमार, हर्ष विमल कुमार मोदी, आयुष सिंह, मयंक यादव, साई विकास रेड्डी पाडला, सान्या शर्मा, सुब्रदीप देवनाथ, विजय कुमार तालियान, अभिषेक कुमार, आइंद्रिला बोस, बिट्टू बोरा, गुरुदत्त सुधींद्र सैनवी, हेमंत कुमार, केशवलु सालू, कोंथाम अनिल कृष्णा, कुणाल गुर्जर, मनोज कुमार दास, पवन यादव, पूनम प्रजापत, रोहित एस अंतरगंगी, सचिन कुमार पंचल, साहिल त्यागी, सजल गुप्ता, संचित तनवार, शिव कुमार मौर्य, सुमित चौरसिया, सुमित कुमार चौधरी, सुनील कुमार, सुस्मिता एका, धनश्री नंदकिशोर बेहार, जी मधु, जयंत प्रसाद, सनबेद दास, संजीव पटेल, सामीन रिजा हुसैन, सोनू सीपी, श्रीजन आचार्य, सुमित दत्तू बेलदार. Now, International Joint Degree in Food Science and Technology recipients, Mahesh Bhatt, Pranab Divi, Sairi Jordar, and Sobani Vaidya. Now, BTech in Chemical Engineering degree recipients, Diganta Biswas, Abhijit Singh Kushwaha, Abhishek Anand Ambast, Adarsh Kumar, Agnish Upadhyay, अक्षत निगम, अर्पित सिंगारिया, आशुतोष कुमार, आसिफ इकबाल, अथर्व माथापति, वनत विनोद कुमार, भूमिका ढाका, बी शशांक, चैतन्य अग्रवाल, चिन्मय जगदीश जिंजाल, दाइथुन बोरो, येशु पटेल, गौरव महातो, हर्ष कुमार, हेमंत पांडे, इंगोले संकल्प रमेश, ईशिका बंसल, किरत कौर जसल, खुशी जागवानी, क्वामथा बासुमतारी, कृणाल प्रजापति, क्षितिज राज, एल अखिलेश, एम सूर्यचंद्र, नफीशा अरफा, एन अपूर्वा अविनाश, नीरू यादव, नीतू सिंह, निधि श्रीवास्तव, निशा, नीतीश कुमार किस्कू, नोएल टम, अजसी यादव, पलूरी श्रिया, प्रतीक अग्रवाल, पूर्वी माहेश्वरी, राहुल बंसल, राहुल ढोलिया, राहुल सिंगारिया, रिकी यादव, ऋषभ अग्रवाल, रितेश कुमार, रितु सिन्हा, रिया गुप्ता, समीरन डोले, संग्राम सिंह वी पटेल, शाश्वत रावत, शतवीर शाइनी, सौरभ कुमार, श्रुति प्रिया, सिदाना प्रथमेश श्रीराम, Siddharth Iyer, Siddhant Singh, Suraj Boro, Shubhayan Nath, T. Atharva Pankaj, Yadav Chaitanya Dhyaneswar, Vanshaj Bhargava, Asmika Rasania, Nived Singh, Mohit Pal, Devanshi Garg, Sneha Soni, and Rishabh Lal.
The head of the School of Energy Science and Engineering is requested to call the names of PhD and MS by research in Energy Science and Engineering degree recipients.
So first PhD students, Pranav Jyoti Sharma, Munmi Bhattacharya, Jui Kumari, Khetrimayam Priyalakshmi Devi, Thongam Devika Devi, MSR Devarshi Kumar Dev, Saurav Rai, Saurav Das, Abhishek Kumar, Amulya Saxena, Gaurav Ghosh, Manas Jyoti Das, Ravi Kumar, Rishi Purohit, Vaishnavi Vasant Mundada, Yash Kumar Jatendra Bhai Parekh, Somnath Umakant Maharana, Aniket Das, Saumil.
The head of the School of Agro and Rural Technology is requested to call the names of PhD and MTech degree recipients in rural technology.
PhD Anjali Narjari, MTech Rural Technology Misala Nava Sriram, Anagha V, Rupendra Tiwari, Shubha Shubham Sharma. Kid Nongnai Maiten. Kishan Murari. Amit Prasad. Rashi Singh. Sushant Sharup. And Vishal Kumar.
The head of the Center for Linguistic Science and Technology is requested to call the name of PhD degree recipient.
PhD in Linguistic Science and Technology, Dhruvajyoti Pathak.
The head of the Center for Intelligent Cyber Physical Systems is requested to call the names of MTech in Robotics and Artificial Intelligence degree recipients.
Ashish Kumar, Atul Bhagat, Chibukula Sairam Satik, Aryan Segal, Raj Hanmant Katkar, Sai Priya K, Vaibhav Ishwar Gavid, Aniket Godalan Jope, Ashish Giri Goswami, Gyan Ratna, PV Rohit Kumar, Ranjal Bhaswar, Sushant Suresh Patgaonkar.
The head of the Center for Disaster Management and Research is requested to call the names of MS by Research in Disaster Management and Risk Reduction degree recipients.
Ankit Chandelia, Anmol Mohak, Narayan Kumar. Thank you.
The Chairman Board of Governors is now requested to formally declare adjournment of the convocation.
The convocation is now adjourned and will reconvene at 4 p.m.
You are welcome to clap now to congratulate all the graduating students. One announcement for the students. While exiting the hall, students are requested to move only in the forward direction. To vacate the hall, they can use either the two side doors on the left side or on the right side. Now the national anthem will be played. You are requested to stand up and not leave your place till all the dignitaries have left the hall. You are requested to stand up and not leave your place till all the dignitaries have left the hall. Students can use the two side doors on the left and right to exit the hall.
please be seated. The Chairman, Board of Governors, is requested to formally declare resumption of proceedings of the 26th Convocation.
I declare the resumption of the convocation proceedings.
The head of the Department of Civil Engineering is requested to call the names of the PhD, MTech, and BTech degree recipients in civil engineering.
PhD in Civil Engineering, Sumantra Sengupta, Ibaihun Nongbet Solong, Subrodip Naskar, Saroj Kumar Sahu, Agra Kumar Ghosh, Prashanta Kaur, Mamata Das, Ankti Srivastava, Adnan Ahmed, Supratim Kaushik, Ketan Kumar Nandi, Nawajit Sarkar, Nildeep Burman, Niranjan Bora, Sinjini Paul Chaudhary, Wak Chandra Sekhar Dattarai, Surya Tej Patipati, Bharat Ratnam, Jyotirmoy Burman, M. Krishna Chaitanya, Midusmita Devnath. Now I am taking civil engineering, Dhruvajyoti Talukdar, Shubham Rathore, Sushikali A. Kuhu, Virat Upadhyay, Bulabai Sridhar Gopi Krishna, Fahad Iqbal M, Pallavi Dogra, Vivek Kumar Shaw, Rabati Raman Pandey, Vishal Munaria, Sheikh Asik Ahmed, Shreya Verma, Rusika Deuri, Ajay Krishnan U, Subhas Kumar, Bhavna, Nitesh Kumar, Meenakshi G, Mitan Das, Sanu Kumar, Adil Nawab, Arvind Kumar, Gagandeep Singh, Mohit Gupta, Nishan Behera, Abhishek Jadhav, Akanksha Mishra, Ankur Gotwal, Arif Khan, Beniel Tep, Gorang Girish Gosavi, Nabi Kumar Mulchan Gupta, Sethuraman G, Sonali Madesha, Akhilesh Anil Abel, Arpita Roy, Asmita De, Pallabha Sala Damodar Rao, Raja Das, Rupam, Others Navnath Thakur, Sinmoy Barma, Devesh Sani, Jayan Krishna Buala, Pragati Dekar, Sudhanshu Raj, Aman Jaiswal, Shivam Gupta, Vishal Kumar Mishra, Vaibhav Singh, Vikas Sharma, Arun Kumar Singh, Avadut Sanjay Gaipar, Dhruvil Jayesh Kumar Shah, Kamlesh Kumar Sharma, Nilam Rani, Priya Gautam, Sasank Sharma, Vishnu V, H. Pinky Ruth Sanu, Harshit Anmol Saini, Kumar Sapnil, Shivam Divedi, Shreyas Abaji Simpi, Shubham Ramesh Sunune, Vivek Rao, Lukulapu Mohan Jagdish, Saraswati Harivenu Nair, Aditya, Vedanta Pal, Dhiras Kumar, Ila Hari, Imyanglubu Uzukum, Marbam Utlung Lingdu, Pakhi Priya, Pradeep Kumar, Rahul Singh, Rupam Chaudhary, Sankara Bope, Tangjam Satrajit Singh, Swet Kamal, and Vivek Sharma. Now, BTech in Civil Engineering, Tadar Kul, Ayush Kumar, Abhinava Prakash Bora, Aditya Jangir, Aditya Raj, Advait Sri Krishna Deshpande, Anshul Sharma, Anil Kumar, Ankit Khandeval, Ankita Singh, Ashish Pathak, Akshita, Avinash Vishwakarma, Pathanapalli Jahnavi, Bevera Sangam Amruta, Bhojraj Meena, Boka Nitin Sagar, Shetan Prakash, Dakori Kabba, Divesh Pandey, Dinesh Patel, Dinesh Sera, Divyanshu Kumar Tiwari, Durganala Srijanya, Giridhar Mundra, Gauri Balaji Dalve, Harsraj Bin, Joshi Bidehi Vijay, Juman Das, Kapil Garg, Kashish Patil, Kashish Ranjan, Khushi Rajesh Singhvi, Lakshay, Lijangsan Ingti, Lilke Suresh, hmm? Mhm. Lisi Dadum, Madhuri Papat Mali, Mugesh Mutia Maipam, Malay Kartik, Mayank Jadab, Muhammad Sadab Alam, Muhammad bin Kasim, Nandan Kumar, Nidhi Jain, Nikhil Anand, Nilesh Kumar, Pagalu Hima Barsita, Palak Saturvedi, Patil Aniruddha Ramesh, Power Falguni Mahendra, Prabhat Maheshwari, Prakash Raj, Raghav Deshmukh, Raghav Mittal, Rahul Kumar, Rahul Sharma, Ravindra Pratap Singh, Rishabh Patidar, Rohan Sharma, Roshan Kumar, Ritunjay Rao A, Shandam Jang, Saptarshi Das, Shohan Mandal, Siddhant Goyal, Siddhartha Kumar Singh, Subhrangshu Shekhar Kuntia, Suraj Setri, Tadar Munni, Tushar Vakat, Uttam Singh Chauhan, Vishal Kumar, Vivek Satwan, and
The head of the Department of Design is requested to call the names of the PhD, MDes, BDes, and MDes in Electronic Product Design degree recipients.
Okay. So PhD in design, first Anushmita Das, KCP Parasharam, Abhishek Singh, Abhijit Sen, Hijam Jiten Singh, Liladhar Ganvir, Thalke Sandesh Sanjeev, now MDes in design, Akanksha Dikshit, Akshaya V, Amrita Chaurashia, Anil Kumar Singh, Anushka Sahu, Arundas K, Ashik Purushottam E, Bismarck Ghavri, Deep Shikha, Digangana Bharadwaj, Gopi Kishan Baro, Yanish Lahon, Kumari Kirti, Kushagra, Lakhan Babanrao Chachen, Manushi Abhay Bhujkute, Manish Kumar Basu, Monica Manoj Kulkarni, Muhsin Muhammad Ali MP, Nikita Satish Pandey, Ojas Dhananjay Gaure, Prachi Jayant, Pragati Murathia, Prokhar Singh, Praveen Abhishek Lakra, Rahul Sudhakar Nikam, Rajat Gupta, রাজদীপ রবীন্দ্র দেশপান্ডে, রোহিত সাম্ভাজি বোরাচাটে, শরণ্যা আনন্দকৃষ্ণন, শ্রেয়াসা ঐশ্বরিয়া, উৎকর্ষ ভার্মা, Vinayak R. Now MDes Electronic Product Design. A. Meghana, Abhishek Kunta, Alphas Khader C, Amandeep Saxena, Vibhav Bhuyan, Chetan Harish Bangal, Daksh Sharma, Gayatri Mech, Jayesh Shambhunath Vishwakarma, Jobin Joykutti George, Krishna Shankar Shitap, Nihar Vijay Kumar, Sergey, Nirmal Nandakumar, Praveen Kumar Yadav, Pratik Bhaskar Tonge, Purva Anil Konde, Rila Nani, Rohan Rajiv, Rucha Pramod Patil, Sanskriti Thakur, Sharit Raj, Shantanu Avinash Dharaskar, Shubham Ramesh Bharnakar, Siddharth Sethi, Swati Saini, Niharika, Udayanka B, Vedika Rajiv Vasarkar, Saurabh Ratti. Next, BDS Design. Anirudh Praveen, Abha Sumangal Kanvire, Adit VA, Arya Manish Kavara, Aditya S. Ajay, Akash Prakash Sarathe, Amaldev V, Ananya Prakash Narayan, Anish Uday Deshpande, Ans K. James, Anushka Abhay Gandhi, Arundhati Dilip Malkhere, Aryan Kiran Kumar Karkera, आर्यन विजय, आयुष सिंह, ध्रुव कोरुला जोसेफ, फाइम मोहम्मद मासूद पी, हरिनंदन के एम, हरिनंद भियर, हर्ष पटफरे, हर्षल प्रवीण पाटिल, हिमांशु उपाध्याय, जयकृष्ण टीजे, कार्तिक राव, मोहम्मद नादिल, पूजा माभत, प्रखर शुक्ला, प्रीति सीडी, राय शर्कर, रिहा गुप्ता, ऋषिकेश आर्यन चौधरी, साहिल एच पाभाती, संचय एम, सप्तर्षि सरकार, सर्वेश सुधीर चौहान, सौगता प्रामाणिक, सिद्धि राय, स्मृति सुब्रमण्यन, स्नेहर्ष दमानी, सूची, त्रिषा शरद पवार, शिवांग दौर्जेबोध, यंगखम तेरिशा देवी।
The head of the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering is requested to call the names of PhD, MTech in Biotechnology, MTech in Bioengineering, and BTech in Biosciences and Bioengineering degree recipients.
Vinay B, PhD in Biosciences and Bioengineering. Pratap Chandra, Serena N.D., Barlina Kamar, Mukta Shri Saha, A. Satya Sai Pavan, Ashutosh Bandopadhyay, Anjali Gupta, Krishna Kalyani Sahu, now MTech in Biotechnology, Manish Anand, Arjit Damian Davis, Aditya B, Aishi Nisar Haq, Akshay Kumar, अनंत केशरी बेहरा, अंकित, अरुणिमा नामदेव, अश्विन मधुकर नंदेश्वर, बिनती, देविस्मिता सील, धनसी बखाड़िया, इशिता माथुर, किरण कुमारी, लाक्षी शर्मा, मोहना प्रिया एस, मोहम्मद आसिफ इदरीसी, नंद कुमार एल, पवित्रा पी, प्रेरणा शुक्ला, रवि कुमार शर्मा, रुचिरा बैनर्जी, साक्षी चौहान, शौर्य दुबका, श्रेयांश मिश्रा, सौरभ माझी, श्रीजा मंडल, शुभोव्रत पॉल, सुष्मिता सेन, विलास राव शिंदे, एलन ब्लेसिंग हैरिसन राज ए, अनुभव डे, दीपिका वी, सतेंदु नंदी, now MTech in Bioengineering, Arjun P, Ritushri Mog, B. Sai Meghna, Nirmal Sarkar, Richa Singh, सागर ज्योति पाठक, सोनाली देवी, स्वाति गोपाल एन, योगेंद्र राठौर, अभिराम सुंदरी एस, now the BTech in Biosciences and Bioengineering, Adarsh Sudhir Gia, Akarsh Chaure, Aditya Raj, Aman Singh, Anand P, Ankit Jeena, Anuj Patwari, Arnab Chaudhary, Atharv Deshmukh, Atishay Jain, Avi Dhingra, Ayushman Singh, Bharkavi S, Bhavya Gutka, Bhavna Rani, Chiranjit Mishra, Daksh Kaushik, Devanshi Jangir, D. Saurav Ganesh, Dishita Bansal, Gautam Kumar, Hardik Jain, Harsh Arora, Harsh Kamle, Himanshu Mittal, Jash Kalpesh Desai, Karan Dhanraj Hatkar, Lakshit Bora, Macha Prashams, Meghna Ashok K, Milind Lakhwani, P. Gauri Shankar, Pragya Thakur, Ruchika Rohela, S. V. Mekalinkesh, S. Rohit Vikas, Sahil Nizam Sheikh, Sanjay Chhaba, Sarthak Ray, Satyam Shukla, Srishti Singh, Sri Lakshmi Anis, Sudipta Das, Sunny Kumar, Surya Narayan Tripathi, and Shashwat Gupta.
The head of the Department of Physics is requested to call the names of PhD and MSc in Physics and BTech in Engineering Physics degree recipients.
Recipient of the PhD degree, Manvendra Singh Gangwar, Devender Kumar, Gajendra Singh Bist, Angana Bhattacharya, Prantik Sharma, Rajnandan Chaudhuri Das, Shahabub Zahedi, Shashi Priya Balmuchu, Sudeshna Madhuwal, and Samprit Kalita. Recipient of the MSc degree in physics, Yash Anil Tambe. Akash Chauhan. Abhinath R. Aditya Kumar Kuswaha. Akash Sen. Antaryami Sahu. Asmita Das Munshi. Bhavya Ashok Thaker. Devashish Ghosh. Deep Datta. Gopal Sardar. Jishnu P. Kaustubh Gogoi. Kausana Chakraborty. Manish Kumawat. Medha Paul. Muskan. Neelkanta Das. Oishayan Das. Omkar Yatin Karnik. Rakesh Pradhan. Ramendra Kumar. Rohit Gupta. Safil Malik. Saurabh Rai. Shaikat Das. Sonu Meena. Srijan Chatterjee. Srinjoy Ghosh. Subham Ghosh. Tathagata Nandi. Tej Brijesh Kumar Kansara. And Abhik Datta. Now, recipient of BTech degree in Engineering Physics, Amit Kumar Khoywal. Adrut Ganesh. Akshay M. Amay Singh. Anuj Gupta. Anurag Prashant Katkar. Anurag Sanjay Kadam. Apurv Kushwaha. Bittu Pandey. Chetan Maruti Chinchulkar. Chitti Avinash Reddy. Daksh Adhar. Devahuti Talukdar. Dhruv Kumar. Gilkara Arnab Naidu. Heibormi Suchiang, Janbandhu Tanmay Ravindra, Joshi Aditi, Kulkarni Pratham Sridhar, Lakshya Mittal, M. Kavin, Madhira Jayendra Shankar, Mehare Madhura Vinod, Mihir Kumar Singh, Mohammed Jasim, Nabil Khan Mohammed, Naveen Vishwakarma, Niharika Singh, Panti Thuan Liu Kamei, Piyush S. Sinde, Praniti Gupta, Pratik Ranjan Gupta, Priyam Ketan Bhavsar, Ridham Gupta, S. Venkat Bharadwaj, Sanjana Bathula, Shashank Kumar Ranjan, Siddharth Bhatt, Siddharth Gupta, Soham Avinash Atkar, Somesh Raj, Sudhir S, Suhail Mehak, Bhushan Surwade, Tarang Kamle, Taranam, Teresa Jacob, Theodore Swanlal Faka, Vikas S. Shavi, Yatharth Patil, and Bikram Singh.
The head of the Department of Chemistry is requested to call the names of PhD and MSc in Chemistry and BTech in Chemical Science and Technology degree recipients.
PhD in Chemistry, Shubhendu Ghosh, Madan Sir Banwari, Abhijit Mandal, Tipu Alam, Nasima Khatun, Aobam Kisan Singh, अरघनी भट्टाचार्य, मनमथ मिश्रा, सोनविद्या बनर्जी, अरिन भकत, चनरेनगाम एल, जितेंद्र नाथ, रिंकी ब्रह्मा, सबीना यस्मीन, सगनिक दे, प्रियंका सरकार, तमन्ना खंडेलिया, निकिता चक्रवर्ती, सुप्रिया दास। MSc in Chemistry, अभिलिप्सा नायक, अंकित जाना, अंशुमान बराली, अनुष्का चक्रवर्ती, आयन बसु, बर्लिना दोले, बोधिसत्व मंडल, देवाशीष बोरो, देवोलीना सरकार, दिवाकर दास, दिव्येंदु घोष, दीप्तेंदु मैती, दुरांत दर्शन दाइमरी, गगन कुमार सिंह, कौशिक सोनी, मोहम्मद अमीर सोहेल, मुशफिका खातून, निकुंज सामल, निमाई जाना, पिंकू शब्दाकर, पिंटू कुमार, प्रसन्नजीत दास, पृथ्वीश दास, राहुल हलदर, प्रीतिमान देव वर्मा, रोहन मनिक, सागर करक, सैकत लस्कर, संतु दल, सेजल जैन, शालिनी बागची, सिद्धार्थ यादव, सोनम रानी, सौमेन घोष, शुभम कुंडू, शुभंकर दोलाय, सुशांत तालुकदार, स्वागत मैती, उर्मी पोदर। बीटेक इन केमिकल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, रोहित नीलेश नगराले, चावदामा सॉन्ग श्याम, अभय गुप्ता, अभिराम गौड विंगी, अद्वैत कृष्णा ए, आकांक्षा गुप्ता, अक्षत गौतम, अमन कुमार अगरवाला, अमरेश प्रसाद सिन्हा, अंकित महतो, अनमोल कटियार, अपर्णा सिंह, आर्य कुमार, अजल अहमद खान, वागदा पार्थ, भार्गव कचेरी, विजिरगिरी वासुमत्रे, बोनी हजारिका, चंचल यादव, दहाके दी चागन, डेजी यादव, दिद्यम ब्रह्मा, डोंगरे अरिंदम राजीव, ईशान अरोरा, गुज्जू श्री आदित्य, जजाति शर्मा, जयंत जैन, कृष्णा राजपूत, मानसी गुणवंत, निरूपमा अग्रहारी, ओंकार गणेश चौधरी, पंकज शर्मा, पूर्वर्थ राज चौधरी, रविंद्र राम, रिकिता जाटव, रुसिल पटेल, साहिल नैन, सत्यम राजपूत, शशांक मिश्रा, श्रेया उमराव, श्याम डी, सुजाता बसनेत, सूर्यांश गौर, सुविज्ञा हरिनारायण टिपरे, वाघेला साहिल कुमार सुरेश भाई, वरुण भरद्वाज and Yashvi Bharti.
The head of the Department of Mathematics is requested to call the names of PhD, MSc, and BTech in Mathematics and Computing degree recipients.
PhD, Ankita Sen, Mrityunjay Barman, Arun Kumar Bharadwaj, Sandeep Maji, MSc in Mathematics and Computing, Ayush Raj, Ayush Kumar Bhati, Vedesh Kumar, Deepak Kumar, Hirra Siddiqui, Priyanka Singh, Abhishek Tripathi, Akshat Verma, Amarendra Chaudhary, Ananta De, Ankit Chaudhary, Ankit Patel, Ankit Rajput, Arnab Saga, Dheeraj, Dibyendu De, Diksha Vijay, Dinesh Jakar, Gautam Prasad, Harsh Pandey, Hiranmay Mandal, Jatin Talreja, Jayadev Kundu, Manish Ray, Naman Kandelwal, Omkar Sunil Surve, Patkar Komal Sailesh, Rajat Kandelwal, Saif Munaf Kalfai, Saik Siraj Ahmed, Soumya Agarwal, Shushruth Vilas Dangar, Tamanna Jangid, Vidita, BTech in Mathematics and Computing, Abana Sidhu, Abbas Jain, Aditya, Aditya Pandey, Akshat Jain, Aman Bucha, Aman Kumar, Ankush Patanwal, Arun Kumar, Chintala Akshay, Dhruvesh Bure, Ishan Datta, G. Yuvan Sankar, Gitanjali Karma, Harsh, Harshal Gupta, Jash Kumar Rai, Kabir Yadav, Kunal Karthik, Kurra Piriyanga, Manan Jain, Manav Shah, Miniar Kushi Manish, Nayanika Ghosh, Parth Mageshwari, Pranav Agarwal, Pratik Raj Meena, Prem Kumar UB, Priyanshu Kumar Jaiswal, Pulivarti Meghanath, Puranjay Singh Pippal, Samir Raj, Sivam Saini, Shivans, Shivendu Mishra, Siddham Shetty Sahiti Shrestha, Sogam Rai, Srinath Venkatraman, Srishti Kumari, Shubham Patak, Sufal Atlur, Sushant Patel, Swadi Javar, Tushar, Vaibhav Davra, Varun Bharadwaj, Vemulapatti Sai Lakshmi Swarupa, Yash Kumar Malik, Dev Sandeep Shah, DK Gautam, Sarthak Diwan, Keshav Anand, Devesh Malav, Pragyan Banerjee, Sagil Kumar Gupta, Tiasa Majumdar.
The head of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences is requested to call the names of PhD and MA in Development Studies and MA in Liberal Arts degree recipients.
Mommy Das, Himakshi Bordloy, Jubaraj Gogoi, Shivajit Datta, Kashmiri Das, Snigdha Deka, Tanushri Borua, Alakirti Muksar, Pallavi Ojha, Smriti Rekha Sinha. MA Development Studies, Alok Das, Anandu PM, Anjana S, Ankush Kumar Gupta, Anurag Raj, Ashraf Siddiq Chaudhary, Ashwati Bhanubarma Nair, Ayesha Deepak Deotale, Deepak Dantla, Deepali Dwar Singh Rathod, Isha Sarkar, Gargi Deka, Harsh Arvind, Heman Rai Chalak, Madhuparna Chaudhary, Nishant Kumar, Partha Pratim Das, Pragya Punjab Rao Jambulkar, Palluru Rishika, Ramavat Sandeep, Rohit Kumar, Satyam Prakash, Shilpi Sharma, Shivangi Shaha, Shruti Shivdat Dange, Saurabh Bhaumik, Vansika Hidang Mayum, Vishakha Ji, MA Liberal Arts, Avni Tomar, Ikhlas Ali Thakuria, Kakoli Hazarika, Nilotpal Sharma, Preeti Sanyashi, Riya Tamang, Shabnam Hussain, Shrishti Bonya Pranjal, Tanya Kole, Triparna Kolita, and Yugantika Mahapatra.
The head of the School of Business is requested to call the names of MBA degree recipients.
Onkit Baranwal, Chelselia Bansara Lingxiang, Devasis Rajbongsi, Gitanjali, Gaurav Deka, Kosis Salanki, Mansa Rani, Ompokas Ahirwar, Pokhar Saxena, Pitam Ghosh, Rasmuni Hasda, Samarth Khanna, Sujan Mandal, Sujata Roy, Torun Chandila,
The head of the Center for Environment is requested to call the names of PhD degree recipients of the center.
Parthoprotim Bakal, Shagota Patro, Akib Javed, Tinka Singh, Niladri Shekhar Samanto, and Anjali Patel.
The head of the Center of Nanotechnology is requested to call the names of PhD degree recipients of the center.
Mitali Basak, Konika Chaudhary, Ethireddy Radhika.
The head of the Center for Sustainable Polymers is requested to call the names of MS by Research in Polymer Science and Technology degree recipients.
Arjun Satish, Nikhil Patro, Ram Prasant S, Viraj Bhavesh Bhai Nagaria.
The head of the Jyoti and Bhupat Mehta School of Health Sciences and Technology is requested to call the names of MTech in Biomedical Science and Engineering degree recipients.
भास्कर ताये, दीपक मांदोलोई, इनामपुदी भामसीनाथ, नीलाक्षी ठाकुरिया, पूजा, शेखर ज्योतिनाथ, शोभित कुमार सिंह, शुभम संजय अग्रवाल, सुचिस्मिता धर, विशाल तांडे, जैनब शब्बीर शरिया, अनिकेत कुमार, नीरज कुमार भारती, नितिन एस, श्वेता तिवारी, तरुण हाउदिया,
The Chairman, Board of Governors, is now requested to formally declare closing of the convocation. Thank you. We have a small announcement. All head of academic divisions are requested to kindly hand over the attendance sheets to the academic staff. And now, the national anthem will be played. You are requested to stand up and not leave your place till all the dignitaries have left the hall. Please remain in your places.
Student